Good morning. It's 9:30. I'd like to call the June 13th County Council meeting to order. CAO, you'd like to make an introduction.
Mr. Reeve, members council, my pleasure to introduce today the interim director of infrastructure, Mr. Mike Cuzio. Mike has over 30 years of experience. He was general manager of infrastructure for the city of Edmonton, worked with Council Min's past fraternity, Alberta Transportation. So I know that you all have lots of things in common and to discuss. But Mike's been here for a couple of weeks now. He came in 2 days prior to Robert leaving and did transition and handoff, and that went very smooth. And I'm most appreciative of having someone with so much experience here to help us in the interim. So a warm welcome to Mike.
Welcome, Mike. The first item of business is the approval of the agenda. So items that are on the list for discussion are item number 2. We need to delete item number 4. Mr. Uber is unable to attend today due to a family emergency. And I was disappointed because I was looking forward to introducing you to him when I first met him at the North Alberta Leaders Meeting in Grand Prairie in February. His presentation struck a chord with me, and I immediately thought about how that could be applied, that technology, in areas like Skeleton Lake and Wandering River. So that's coming back. He'll come back at a future meeting either in June or July, end of June. So 4 is a deletion. 5.1 is on for discussion. 5.2, 5.6, all of number 6. 7.2, 7.6, we need to delete 7.11. 8.1, 9.1, and then all of number 12. The reports, I'm wondering if the folks who have reports in there want to add a comment to them. Councillors Cromwell, Anderson. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so 11.1B is on the list. Other items to add or delete. Councillor Mins, then Holland.
I was gonna go 11.1.
11.1, like
F.
yeah.
Sorry. And 11.1 AF. Couple of questions about that.
Does that cover it?
No, yeah, go ahead. I might have.
You might have one more. Councillor Holland.
Okay, thank you. 5.1.
5.1 is already on.
Thank you. I missed putting that one. 5.4.
5.4, okay.
7.3.
7.3.
7.5.
7.5.
7.9.
7.9.
710.
710.
11.1H.
11.1H, okay.
And 11.1R, please.
Sorry.
11.1R. Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Wallach or Chumzik. 11.1U. Family and Community Support Services, Councillor Cromwell. Councillor Kapitanek, Gerlich, or Anderson. Councillor Anderson.
I'll move to approve as amended.
Councillor Gerlich.
Have nothing to add.
Mr. Reeve,
Yep.
could you go through that?
I will go through it again. Yep.
Thank
before
you
we
very much.
move the motion. Councillor Mins, did you have any follow-ups? I'll go through them and then just follow down your list and maybe it'll become. So we have item number 2. Delete item number 4. We have item number 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.6, item number 6, item number 7.2, item number 7.3, item number 7.5, item number 7.9, 7.10, delete 7.11, item number 8.1, item number 9.1, 11.1 B, F, H, R, U, and AF. And then all of number 12. Counselor Holland and then Mintz.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm 5.3, 7.6 was there?
So 5.3,
Yes.
5.3 is not on.
Okay,
So we want to add 5.3
thank you.
and 7.6
Correct.
is on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Mintz.
Let's throw on 7.8. My thing.
7.8.
7.8. Counselor Mintz asked that 7.8. Does everybody feel comfortable with that, or I'm happy to go through it one more time? Okay, Counselor Anderson has moved, we approve the agenda as amended. On the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the agenda as amended, all those in favor? That is carried 9-0. The first item of business is 5.1. Is there to open the discussion, is there anyone willing to move a motion regarding 5.1? This is the internet and computer use policy. Counselor Mins?
I'll move the motion.
So Counselor Mins has moved the recommended motion on 5.1. Is there any discussion? Counselor Holland?
Thank you. I was just reading through this and I just had a quick question. I wanted to make sure that we're all current with the current technology, current information, current terminology, not technology, current terminology and whatnot within. But more than anything, I wanted to ask, it says all social media pages that represent Athabasca County. What is the definition of pages that represent Athabasca County?
Could, that's an admin question. Maybe someone from admin could. Ms. Blair?
That refers to the original motion, CC 22-478. There was discussion at that time, I believe Rod Risling was the CAO. And there was discussion in regards to that at the council meeting, and council had discussed between yourselves that those social media pages that I guess are, what would you say the word is?
Well, I think in this specific case, it was, we had. Can you hear me? It was based around fire department membership pages that were representing the county. And I agree with you, the whole policy approach should probably be updated, but we were waiting for communications coordinator. So anything that's acting on behalf of the county.
And do we have a, may I,
Yeah.
do we have a list of those pages?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. And I guess the second, if we're working on it, I guess I'm not prepared to pass this through. I'm thinking that maybe we should be looking at moving this on to a policy review to make sure that we capture everything, because I also wonder if this policy applies to board and committee members at large.
Other comments? Response
we
to that
don't
idea?
wait
Do you have
right
other, we'll circle the discussion because I don't know that it does.
Okay, so I guess I'll just finish by saying I'm not prepared to vote on this today, that I think we need to table this to a policy review.
Okay. Other comments? Councillor Cromwell, your hands up.
Thank you. I actually had a similar question. What is all included in that? Now, will that include, for example, a counselor's Facebook page? Could that include an admin person's LinkedIn account? Those are all social media pages that represent Athabasca County. And how are they covered in this policy?
I think there's a section in the current policy that talks specifically about counselors' individual accounts and stuff.
Page 20.
Page 20, yeah. So that's contained within the current policy. Again, I do support that this should probably be reviewed in whole. This was a really outstanding action item that we wanted to take care of and probably prompt this discussion to, you know, if there was any recommendations for admin to look at the policy further.
Other comments? I wanted to, when I read through it, I had a couple of notes. Specifically, I think that the whole thing needs a total overhaul, but I also feel like it would be important to pass the minor fix we've done to it today and then subsequently send it on for a complete overhaul through the policy committee. There's, you know, areas like in the page 20 of your agenda where there's the language around the use of social media and the official presence of counselors and others. And I think there's room in there to add other language, like all posts should encourage respect, public respect for the county, its policy, bylaws, council, and decisions of council. Like I think we need to move it forward a little bit more. But for me, those are things that could happen through a total rewrite. And really, for me, the question in front of us is we've asked admin to add this one block of language to it to patch it. I don't think it's inconsistent to say we're going to patch that problem and then also send it on for a complete overhaul subsequently. Other comments from anyone who hasn't spoken? Councillor Chandlik?
I think without a doubt, there's definitely some clarification that needs to be done. So just for my own clarity, when I read only have active staff members of the organization to post and manage applicable social media pages. Does that mean individual fire department pages? Would the chief or whatever have that access to post for, I don't know, recruitment, that type of thing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for anyone who hasn't spoken, we're good. On the question of the adoption of the motion, if you're ready for the question, I think once around is probably sufficient. Okay, you've had it. Go ahead.
I'd like to amend the motion then to bring this back to the policy meeting that we will have between August and September. As I'm confident there will be one around that time frame.
So to a policy meeting, could we say to a policy meeting after August 1st?
After August 1st, before November 1st.
So Councillor Cromwell has proposed an amendment to bring this back to a policy meeting after August 1st and before November 1st. Given that there's new items on the table, is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready for the question on the adoption of the amendment to amend the motion to bring so I guess I want to clarify, Councillor Cromwell, are you proposing to, the original motion is to adopt the computer use policy? Are you proposing to adopt it, but then kick it forward for a complete overhaul at the policy committee?
Correct.
Okay, just so that we handle that right. On the question of the adoption of the motion to direct administration to bring back this item to a policy review meeting between August 1st and November 1st. All those in favor? That's carried 9-0. The amendment is adopted. On the question of the original motion to adopt policy 4110, the internet and computer use policy with the amendments to include the 2 members of admin are administrators on social media pages to represent Athabasca County, that only current staff members of the organization are allowed to post and manage the pages, and further to direct administration to bring this back to a policy meeting after August 1st and before November 1st for a more thorough review. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is adopted 7-2. Item 5.2, is there anybody willing to move the motion as presented? Councillor Cromwell has moved that the county register a tax forfeiture on title for tax rolls as printed in your agenda, ending in 242 and 243. Discussion. I had a comment and that's why I put that on. Counselor Gerlich, the floor is yours. Can you put your mic on and then would you explain why you want to do that?
Because I think there's. Testing. I think there's a little bit of progress happening in the community to deal with that property. You know, to discuss it in full should be enclosed, but rather than do that, I would just say if we could extend it 1 month, see how things play out. Would there be any
Okay.
harm in that?
No, you've made a motion to table, so that's a non-debatable motion. Counselor Gerlich has made a motion to table the registration of a tax forfeiture on the title of those two tax rolls ending in 242 and 243. All those in favor?
Just point of order, Mr.
Sorry.
Reeve. Can we have that motion specify when it would come back? And may I,
Sure.
may I
Absolutely.
suggest
Counselor Gerlich?
July 27th?
It's a perfect day.
Okay,
No.
so Counselor Gerlich has moved to table this motion to July 27th council meeting for decision. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. Okay, sorry, opposed. So there's 3, so the count would be 6 and 3. The motion is adopted to table to July 27th. The next item is 5.3. Counselor Holland, you added this to the agenda?
Thank you. I just noticed on page 30, there was some dates that were scratched out that are not available, of course, for our neighbors. But I'm also asking if we can scratch out the 14th of September, being that there is Athabasca Landing Trail tour that will run over 2 days. And that's the 13th and 14th of September.
Okay, so so you would like to direct the administration to propose 2 to 3 evening dates to the town and village for a tri-council meeting excluding the 14th of September.
Yes, please.
Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to direct administration to propose 2 to 3 meeting dates for the town and village for a tri-council meeting and to exclude the 14th of September. All those in favor? There is none opposed. The motion is carried 9-0. The motion is adopted. Councillor Holland, you would regarding item 5.4, you added that to the agenda. Do you have a motion you'd like to propose?
I would like to make some amendments, I guess. The recommendation mentions policy be approved as recommended by the ASB. However, I'd like to see a few more amendments. How
Okay.
would you like to word that?
So you'd like to make a motion to approve the policy with the following amendments.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
All right, if I may,
Absolutely, the floor is yours.
just trying to read for, looking at it from a public's point of view and reading it to how it would make sense. So the first item, first line, the agricultural service board sees it necessary to respond and take action. For me, when I read that, it looks like the ASB board are the people that are going to be doing the responding and taking the action rather than the agricultural department. So I'm wondering if we may, if council is approval, the agricultural service board see it necessary and then add for Athabasca County Administration to respond and take action to control flooding, et cetera. In item number 1, the Agricultural Services Board will initiate flood control measures on its own. I'm assuming that that should be Agricultural Services Department
No,
will
no,
initiate that.
the
No,
board, the ag services boards are governed by a separate piece of legislation and they can initiate weed control, beaver control,
Okay.
other items like that. So the board itself can make things happen within their budget.
okay, but that they're not the actual ones responding. It's somebody else that's responding.
I think
It just seems really confusing to
we
me.
regularly have bylaws that kind of say the county will do this, but really it's not, the county itself doesn't. Is a corporate body. The Ag Services Board is a corporate body, so they take action through
Okay.
through another mechanism would be the way that I would
Okay, well, that,
probably interpret that, if that
I
makes sense to
appreciate
you.
that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That makes sense. So the only other item then I wanted to discuss was number 5. That each subsequent request of that same calendar year, and these are for charges, it changes will and adds may. And I was wondering what the reason for giving that discretion instead of making it concrete that there is a $50 charge.
CAO, were you at the Ag Services Board meeting, and can you explain?
I think the Mr. Reeve, members council, the discussion at the Ag Service Board was the reason for the change from will to may is that there have been circumstances where the impact has been on county infrastructure. And so to provide some flexibility to the staff to determine whether or not the actual event itself is going to do harm to county infrastructure, then we would waive that particular charge. And so if it's will, and it's similar as to shall, then we have to make the charge, even though we're trying to protect county infrastructure as opposed to serving individual needs.
Okay, may we reflect that in this particular section so that it's not unclear? It's for that reason that you just described, other than, because quite often we can look at it as being somebody maybe deciding, oh, we're not going to charge this guy, but we're going to charge this guy. So if it's strictly just because it's going to affect county infrastructure, I'm wondering if we can have that reflected in number 5.
Do you have wording you'd propose?
Well, since we just learned about this, each subsequent request of the same calendar year may be charged $50 fee for service. I don't really know how to put that in there at this point because of the word may, right? So
I wonder-
will be charged a $50 fee of service unless it impacts.
Would
county
you be
infrastructure.
open to just trusting the admin to make, like, given the scale of
Okay.
what we like, and this is a question, not a. Would it be reasonable in your mind to just give them the discretion and trust that they don't just give it away to their friends, but that they, or do you
Well-
feel more comfortable trying to, because
Number 6, it kind of does. It, as you mentioned, Councillor Wallach, however, I'm finding that if our policies are not clear and concise, we tend to get into these gray areas that cause problems. So I would definitely be in favor of making a change to number 5 if it's strictly for county infrastructure reasons.
Councillor Wallach.
Number 7 also speaks to it, flood control.
So I think
Yes, but it doesn't explain, I'm sorry.
maybe Councillor Holland, the answer then, because the wording is something that would be difficult for us to bang out like here right now. It
Table
may
it.
be reasonable to, because you haven't, the motion doesn't belong to the table yet, because you're still articulating it. To amend it to send it back for revisions to reflect those comments. Would
Absolutely.
that be procedurally? Okay. So I just want to clarify with you the motion, and then I'll open the floor to discussion. You've expressed a couple of items. On the first one, the Ag Services Board sees it necessary to respond. And then you wondered about adding Athabasca County to respond. Are you okay with leaving it as the Ag Services,
Yes,
given that they?
yes,
have
after that
legislative authority?
explanation, thank you, yes.
So the only material change that I had note of is just to rework the wording around number 5 to clarify the circumstances where we will or will not charge.
Correct. There, I had one more question.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and that's in number 1, and it mentions that only if flooding is affecting county roads or infrastructure. And then it says costs incurred to remedy flooding affecting county roads or infrastructure shall be charged to Public Works road maintenance. Will there ever be a situation where the infrastructure that's being impacted has nothing to do with Public Works road maintenance and may have to come out of a different budget?
Mr. Reeve, members council, none that I could think of, because usually infrastructure in the broad sense refers to public infrastructure. So it might even be a building
Right,
or a trail.
right.
And all of those costs are covered under the infrastructure budget.
Under road maintenance specific?
It's under road maintenance as a general term, but Counselor Mins probably has a better explanation than I.
There's another, if
So
another,
Councillor,
line-
just only in terms of explanation, because then I'll repeat the motion.
oh, yeah, but there's another line item there under infrastructure, under public works that have beaver control. And work hand in hand with ASB, Agriculture Service Board, to split that up. If there's any infrastructure issues regarding beaver control, it gets charged to that. Even some of the hours of the guys going out and looking after this will get charged to infrastructure, and because it's got to usually do with roads. So,
Okay, so
Did
maybe,
that add clarity, Councillor?
well,
Sure.
I'm curious then maybe if we should have charge to public works, road maintenance or respective department. Yeah, and then I'm good, thank you.
So I'm going to read the motion back and then we'll open the floor to discussion. Councillor Holland, please confirm that I have your intentions correct. Councillor Holland has moved to refer the Beaver Flood Control Policy 3825 back to the Agricultural Service Board to add clarification regarding Section 5, where the county will or will not charge for that service. That's one, and also to include the comments at the end of point 1 or respective department, the words.
Thank you.
That, does everybody understand the motion? We want it again? If not, Councillor Wallach, your hand was up, the floor is yours.
So number 1, number 6, number 7 speak to how the charges are laid for payment. So if it's going to affect county infrastructure, it just goes right to them. So if a landowner comes to request something and it's on their property, but it's going to affect county roads, it just gets charged back to Public Works. If there are other requests of flooding on private property, it's charged to the landowner. So to me, the policy is fairly clear if you read it as a whole.
Councillor Mins, your hand is up.
Flipped it from will to may, just to have a little bit of consideration of if we enter in once to take care of a beaver dam or something like that for the landowner, and all of a sudden we don't have to come back there for a few months, and we got to enter in again just before let's say freeze up. That's the second time we're going in there. So that's a discretion. We can make that discretion of whether we enter in at that time or whether we charge at that time or not. What may happen at times is all of a sudden you get a disgruntled landowner and he's phoning every couple of weeks wanting us to come in there, and he starts using that, well, it's the infrastructure thing. And that way they have the discretion also to charge for that, for them time. So it maybe cut back a little bit. That's why, excuse me, we changed from will to may, is to have discretion as the employee going out there to be able to charge or not charge.
Okay, further comments? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I think if we can trust the staff here to deal with dynamite and heavy equipment to remove the beaver dams, we can give them the discretion on whether or not they're going to charge $50 to be there, or whether that's going to be included in our budget. I really think we're splitting hairs here, and they've taken on the responsibility, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Further comments, Councillor Gerlich, or
I think in some instances, the beaver dam causing flooding, the person whose land it's actually on may not consider that to be damaging, but it affects somebody further up. So it's hard to expect someone to pay for damage removal on someone else's property. So I think with the discretion it gives the officers the opportunity to go in and blow the dam and not argue over who's paying for it.
anybody else? Before I give the final word to the mover of the motion, I'm going to vote against the motion specifically because I feel like it's adequate in its current form with the discretion that's there. And so I'd be happy to not send it back to ASB and to just move it forward as is. Now, I'm going to give Councillor Holland as the mover the final word. Is there anybody who hasn't spoken that wants to, which would be Councillor Holland, the
Thank you.
final word to you.
Now that we've had a second explanation, it's more than just county infrastructure. So splitting hairs or not, it leaves room for favoritism and it leaves room for unfair action. And that's what policies are for, so that we remove anything that can possibly get into that unfair lane. So I don't agree with that at all. And I think that policies, when we have these and they bring them forward, they may make sense to the people who have been discussing them and applying them, but when the public come and look at them, they need to have that explanation as if they're not sitting on that board. So as far as I'm concerned, the changes are extremely important to make, and to reconsider the word may. I cannot support that opportunity for favoritism.
Okay, so on the question of the adoption of the motion to refer this back to send this back to ASB for additional clarification regarding line 5 and the reworking of the language around where the county will or will not charge for this service, all those in favor? All those opposed? The count is 2 and 7. The motion is defeated. Is there another motion that someone would like to make? Councillor Wallach?
To approve as presented, please.
Councillor Wallach has made a motion to approve the policy 8115 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. Perhaps through the chair, if it would be appropriate, we have a intern director of infrastructure in our room who has a wielding of experience. Can we maybe get his take on how that's written and how he finds that based on his level of expertise?
We're still referring to 5.4.
Yes, Kuzio, yes, if you'd like to address it, we'll find a way to get one of those microphones to you.
I was hoping to sit silent on this. The discussion seemed to be going fine. But Councillor Holland makes a valid point about the opportunity for favoritism when you say may. And I think you can fix it quite easily by saying will be charged $50 for the service or at the discretion of the county manager, the chief administrative officer. Then he has to explain when there's an exception and why. And otherwise, administration carries on charging $50 every time. Okay. The discretion can be delegated to the director of infrastructure, to the manager of public works. But if you just end that sentence with will be charged or at the discretion of the CAO, I think you've covered it without any favoritism, and the buck stops there.
Okay. Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Holland, I'm wondering if you want to propose an amendment to add the words or at the discretion of the CAO or designate.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for that.
That's. So Councillor Holland has made a motion to amend the original motion to add the language or at the discretion of the CAO or designate to line 5. To will be charged a fee, $50 fee for service or at the discretion of the CAO or designate. Is there any further discussion on this? So on the question, if you're ready for the question of the adoption of the amendment to add the language will be charged a $50 fee or at the discretion of the CAO or designate. All those in favor? Opposed? You were opposed. So the count is 8 and 1. The amendment is adopted. Are you ready for the adoption of the original motion? Sorry, the question in the original motion. Mr. Kuzio? Director.
It's very risky for me to say this at this time because I wish I'd had a chance to talk to the CAO prior to the meeting. I was wondering when I read this thing, why we specify an agricultural services department when I don't think that even exists on the org chart. And the ICAO is going to initiate changes to the org chart, which may change the name of it entirely. Can you leave that blank, at least for, until the next meeting, or allow administration to insert here the name of the department?
Counselor Wallach, can you address that since you're at the?
I feel like there is a department because we have to have one.
There isn't a director, but maybe it's fair to think there's a department in some fashion.
And maybe if you just call it agricultural services, then it could be a department section, whatever it may be. It's a minor amendment. It just,
Counselor Wallach, you okay with an amendment like that? Counselor Mittens, you're nodding. You want to make that amendment? That's it. Okay, I'm going to let Counselor Mittens amend it because I'm not really sure about multiple amendments in a row from the same Counselor Holland, if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with that. Yes, I'm really concerned about where the budget is going to be hit for this road maintenance.
That's
a real
probably
concern.
separate. We'll
Yeah.
bring that up in the main discussion. Counselor Mittens, are you willing to make an amendment to remove the word department?
Yes, I am. Remove department and just put agriculture service.
Okay, so Counselor Mittens has moved an amendment to remove the word department from line 2 and line 7 and line 5 and line 4. Basically to replace the words agricultural services department with agricultural services throughout the policy.
Yeah.
Ms. Blair, can you reword it that way? An amendment to replace the words ag services department with ag services? Okay. Is everybody clear on that amendment? This tweaking of the words. It's the second amendment. On the question of the adoption of the amendment to remove the words agricultural services department and replace them with agricultural services, all those in favor? That is carried. Opposed? Which way are you voting? That is carried 9-0. The motion is adopted. I know it's quite engaging discussion. You need me to nudge you to wake you next time. Okay, now we have a main motion on the floor. Which is to adopt the policy as recommended with the 2 amendments. One of them is to replace the words ag services department with ag services. Second amendment is to add to line 5, will be charged fee of $50 or at the discretion of the CAO or designate. On that question, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. Counselor Ehrlich.
I miss adding 5.5.
Yeah, I think we should be able to have that flexibility. Is there anyone at the table that objects to amending the approval to include 5.5 for discussion? Given that no one objects, Councillor Gerlich, can we please consider council at 5.5 was in the original items for discussion? Councillor Gerlich, the floor is yours.
Good, thank you. In reading through the policy and whatever with the members at large, there's nothing in there that indicates whether they are volunteers or whether they're compensated or
Just before you do that, you're willing to move the motion and then want to discuss it? Are you-
yeah, I guess, well,
Okay.
I guess it's hard.
Just one question. Okay, in terms of the volunteers, the Ag Services Board, I think that is covered by a different policy. The members at large. We do have a policy that pays them a stipend for being present. Councillor Wallach has hinted that it's policy 8206. Which policy 8206 appointments to committees and boards applies to all members at large. That's part I under number 1 of the policy.
Because I was just wondering, like, some members of like the FCSS are not compensated for the time last. Actually, I would just ask that by one of the members, because I don't think they've been receiving.
I think the difference with boards, so this is a board that is entirely managed by the county. FCSS has members who are appointed by other municipalities like the town, and the town members are covered by the town's policy on compensation. which is usually a steak dinner once per year. And so the two municipalities pay differently. The Village of Boyle, they have a different policy, so they pay a, different rate and different mileage to their members of boards. And I think that was kind of I think we talked about that briefly at dinner with the town and village a couple of weeks ago, the idea of trying to have our CAOs coordinate those policies so that there's a degree of equity across members at large. 8206. It's so now, are you willing to move the motion? Councillor Gerlich has moved that policy 8115, the Ag Services Board Committee be approved as recommended by the Ag Services Board. Discussion. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Gerlach. Currently reading 8206. And I do not see where it is indicated in there that they are paid a stipend, just for your information here. I know I'm a little bit quicker on my computer than you are.
You don't need to tell everybody.
Strike that from the record.
I'm going to ask admin if they want to enlighten us on, because usually, as is the case with our policies, it's not always just a single one. It's kind of a web of overlapping policies that govern most things. CAO.
Mr. Reeve, members of council, I'm advised by my executive assistant, the council passed a resolution in 2019 that establishes the honorarium for board members. And that honorarium was established at $200 per meeting. And unless council goes back and amends that resolution or brings forward a new resolution, that stands. So based on the resolution, that's the basis for the authority to pay honoraria to board members.
No wonder we didn't remember it. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Holland.
I'm sorry, what was the resolution number?
I don't have the resolution number, but it was established, I believe, in 2018 or 2019. That rate is included on your boards and committee listings that I do hand out. It's on the last page. If you would like the resolution number, I could track it down.
Councillor Wallach.
Just one amendment to change Ag Services Department to Ag Services.
Councillor Wallach has made an amendment to replace the words Ag Services Department with Agricultural Services. On the question of the adoption of the amendment, I think that's pretty straightforward. Is there any, all those in favor? That is carried. The amendment is adopted 9-0. On the question of the main motion, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, if you're ready for the question on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve policy 8115 with the amendment of the language around Ag Services Department to Ag Services, all those in favor? The motion, the count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. 5.6 is Community Transportation Committee. Councillor Holland, I added that to the agenda because I thought there were a couple of amendments that I wanted to discuss, but do you want to move the main motion first?
Thank you. Yes, I'll move the recommendation to be approved as recommended.
Okay. Now, speaking to the motion, it's clear that, a lot of work and thought has gone into this, and I applaud the committee and the efforts with the town and the village and those there. I think this is significantly improved, but I would propose to council that we should consider referring this back to the Transportation Committee to make a couple of additional amendments to improve the function of the policy, not the concept, but just the mechanics of it. And I think that it's important to refer it back to the committee to make the changes so that it can then flow out to the town and village for their agreement before it comes back here for final approval. I wanted to propose the following things to you. Firstly, I'm wondering if, as a general kind of order of process, as we review policies, we should consider renumbering them with a process that creates headings and subheadings so that there is only every heading has a number so that you can refer down by decimals to exactly what line in the policy we're talking about. So, you know, as an example, we have duties of powers and committees number 1, and we have finances number 1. We should be able to say part 1.1.a to be really clear where it is, and we can't do that here. So just mechanically, it might be better. And I know we haven't done that with the others, but this is where I'd made the note. Under the duties of the committee's part 6, that item is repeated in the last section, changes to policy, and I propose to the appropriate place for that is really to leave that language under duties of committees. But that in the section at the end, changes to policy, it be amended, either deleted entirely or amended to include language similar to, while acknowledging the county council is ultimately responsible for this policy, the views of our partner municipalities is communicated through their representatives to the committee, and its recommendations will be taken into consideration. So that doesn't have a lot of weight in terms of what, it doesn't bind the final decisions of our council, but it provides a written acknowledgement to us and a reminder to us and an acknowledgement to our partners that we do respect their views and we'll think of them as we under part 2, finances, the 4th word in there, 3, should probably be deleted. There may be more than 3 partnering municipalities. And I would additionally propose that the minimum charge that is referenced in that line be set in this policy, so it can be agreed upon once and not annually. I think I would suggest the mechanics of trying to work that out annually between the 3 municipalities or more will be very cumbersome and will delay budget process, where if we can come to an agreement upfront, then over time, as the committee sees the need to increase that amount, they can come back with proposals to change it. But like, I can see them coming to a reasonable number once and it lasting for 2 or 3 or 4 years. So that I would propose committee should recommend that. Under the duties and powers, there's the word in part 3 of that, exclusively. The committee shall have the exclusive authority. I think we don't really need the word exclusive. They just have the authority. But it's still in there. That's why I was, okay. And I brought that because it wasn't in red and I just wasn't sure what was happening. And then the committee structure piece, the very first one, and I'm sorry I worked from back to front. Hope you can follow that logic. The committee should be comprised of not more than 1 member from each of Athabasca County, the Village of Boyle, and the Town of Athabasca when participating in the program, and 1 member representing all of the participating summer villages to a maximum of 4 members. The way it's written here today, it says the committee's got 3 voting members appointed annually at the org meetings of the cooperating municipalities. But if a summer village comes in, now we've got 3 members and 4 partners. Who gets to appoint what? And so just adding the clarity to say that's different. I would also suggest that I've separated it to 1, in my thinking, 1 member from all the summer villages, specifically because they are unlike any other municipality. People who don't live there get to vote. People who don't live there get to influence it. And we cannot, under any circumstances, have people who are not residents of our region controlling a board that affects our residents. So it's reasonable to control lie with the 3 main municipalities, and the smaller ones get that little bit, that are elected by full-time local residents. And Councillor Holland, I see you reaching for your mic. I'm just going to make sure those are all the things I had. And then if you saw my writing, you'd have to take a sec. And otherwise, I mean, the notes I had on the sheet really said these are good changes and it's really good progress. So Councillor Holland is the mover. I don't know if you want to
Oh, wait.
wait.
Yeah, thanks.
Other comments? Okay. Councillor Holland?
That was a lot. Would you be willing to forward your, okay, recommended changes? That would be awesome. When you mentioned the minimum, there is a specific definition for that, but it's up and coming to discuss. Do you want to discuss that now or?
If council wants to discuss it, we have time. I personally have faith that the committee can come up with a number and come back to us. And I don't personally feel the need to be involved in micromanaging that.
I think you probably want to hear about it for sure, and I can bring
I
that up.
thought you were
when-
saying, I think you
Yeah.
do want to micromanage it.
No, I want to hear about it for sure. It is coming up when we go to discuss the reports.
Okay.
I can discuss that then.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the meantime, if maybe,
I'll ask somebody else to make a motion to just refer it back to the Transportation Committee with those amendments,
Please.
which is will override your motion to approve.
Yeah.
And Councillor Anderson.
I'll move to refer the policy back to the Community Transportation Committee for further review and amendment.
And I will share those notes. So Councillor Anderson has moved to refer this back to the Transportation Committee. Referral motions are non-debatable. Is there, if you're ready for the question, all those in favor? That is 9-0 and that referral is adopted. I will share those notes for your consideration. Again, because I think there's a lot of good work. What does this say? We are approaching the first full hour. Does anybody feel a need for a break for conveniences? Let's take, let's reconvene at 10:30 and we'll recess. All right, it's 10:30. I'd like to reconvene the council meeting. We are at item 6.1. Councillor Anderson, your hand is up.
I'd like to move the recommended motion under item 6.1 to give first reading to bylaw 005-2023 and to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on July 27th.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to give first reading to bylaw 005-2023 and to direct administration to schedule and advertise a public hearing on July 27th at 9:30 for the same bylaw. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those, if you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to give first reading to bylaw 005-2023 and to direct admin to schedule and advertise a public hearing on July 27th at 9:30 for the same bylaw as written in your agenda. All those in favor? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Thank you for attending, Director Wilkinson. The next item of business is item number 7.2. Grants to organizations. There is no direct recommendation here from, there's no recommendation laid out by admin. So it would be reasonable to first engage a bit of a discussion probably on this particular one. Councillor Holland, you had your hand up. Do you want to start that discussion?
I was ready to make a motion.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments they want to make before that? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to donate pardon me, $500 to the Athabasca Northern Lakes College Student Union for their field trip to Edmonton Valley Zoo, please.
And are you, because there's two applications in there, are you going to include the comments to deny the application to?
No, I'm not going to include those comments because they were disqualified according to the administrative
policy?
report.
Sure. Okay, so Councillor Holland has made a motion to donate $500 to the Athabasca Northern Lakes College Students Union for their field trip to the Edmonton Valley Zoo. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wallach, then Chamzik.
When was, I can't find it on this, but when was the application put in for the Northern Lakes College?
I saw that in there.
It was put in on April 24th.
Okay, thank you. And didn't we, oh, that was a different one. Never mind.
Councillor Chamzik.
I just want to say, I know that disc golf has absolutely, I cannot talk, exploded this year. And I mean, it's become a very big hot commodity and lots of local young children are even getting into it as well. We 7.3, never mind. Oh, boy, can I drink my coffee a little faster today?
Okay. So I'm not the only one that's lost. Or-
We're going to this called field trip.
Okay. Is there any other relevant discussion? Councillor Gerlich.
Yeah, I feel a little uncomfortable with the layout of that thing where you're supplying food, transportation, admission. Like, I don't know. I don't really like it. I'm not gonna support it.
Councillor Mins.
I actually feel the same way. This is a college. This isn't like a grade school, like the grade 4s or the grade 6s or something like that going to this zoo. This is people that are actually adults, isn't it? That we're funding.
Depending on your definition of adult.
Yeah, okay. So to fund this is the youth, isn't it? Or
It's grants to groups.
Yeah.
Grants to organizations policy.
yeah, I feel the same way as Councillor Gerlach. A little iffy on whether we fund this or not to a zoo.
Councillor Holland, you made the motion to recognize that. I'm going to leave you to have the last word. Is there any others? Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillors Gerlach and Mins. I understand what you're feeling, what you're saying, but the way our policy is written, it does apply to, we would have to change the policy. And I don't think that's a fair thing to do right now while we have open submissions that should be approved as written. That might be something that might be more appropriate to bring back to a policy review to do a revamping of that.
Counselor Anderson.
Thank you. I would argue that we don't actually need to amend the policy. Council has the discretion on which grants to approve and which ones to decline. And I would echo the sentiment that if this was a grade school that we were paying for a field trip for, I would be in favor, but not for college students.
Counselor Gerlich. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, to say they're taking 7 vehicles and gas for 7 vehicles and like, I don't know, I just, I would be embarrassed to put in a request for something like that.
Counselor Wallach.
It also shows on the marketing, there's no marketing for us, so we don't even get recognition for the donation. So I would be opposed to this as well.
Is there any, so we've been around, Northern Lake students are a unique bunch. I know I had the opportunity to attend their convocation. There are certainly people that I saw across the stage from all different groups in our society, and I think in the application it talks about, you know, some of these experiences are designed to be enlightening and team building, and so I think remembering that these guys can tend to be younger people, depending again on what program. I don't know that it's a bad thing. So we do have a policy that provides to supply some grants to organizations. The zoo isn't my first choice of somewhere to go, but that's not up to me to decide. I think they meet the requirements, and so I can get behind this. Councillor Capitan.
I would like to add too, that I think historically councils past have supported Northern Lakes for $500 for activities such as this. And I think that's what we ran into, that little hiccup where they weren't quite sure they had to reapply every year. And they were quite good at getting their application in and taking that guidance from last time that they had, I guess, missed the submission deadline. So I'd like to point out to that too, that they have taken our advice to get their application early.
Any further comments from the table before I leave the final word to Councillor Holland, and then I'll call the question. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate the comments that are at the table. Going to 7 vehicles is probably cheaper than renting a bus nowadays, being the costs of transportation and getting a bus, and probably a bus is probably a little bit too large. Going to a zoo, there's a whole lot that can be learned at a zoo, especially if they're doing a biological study or something of that sort. So I see extreme value in any student, no matter if they're in grade school or post-secondary, to receive as much experience as they possibly can. And I'm happy to see that we have this grant to be able to support that.
So on the question of the adoption of the motion to donate $500 to the Athabasca Northern Lakes College Students Union for their field trip to the Edmonton Valley Zoo, all those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. 4, the count is 5 and 4, and the motion is adopted. 7.3 Youth Assistance Grant, Alberta Junior Disc Golf. Councillor Chamzek, I think you were a step ahead of us here.
I was.
Is there someone willing to move the motion? Councillor Holland?
I'd actually like to move that motion. I'm just trying to get to the recommendation.
89.
If I may, to donate $500 to the Alberta Junior Disc Golf Championship to come from the Youth Assistance Grant in the budget. And the reason why I chose the number 500 is because this is a national event. Athabasca Minor Hockey received that for a provincial event. And I believe that this is something that is going to bring a lot of attention to this community.
Counselor Holland has made a motion to donate $500 to the Athabasca Junior Disc Golf Championship to come from the Youth Assistance Grant. Discussion. Counselor Chamzik.
Well, you know how I feel. I think it's a great thing and it's in the community and a wonderful thing to support.
Further discussion? I'm more in favor. Okay, so I'll go if we're all hesitant. I'm more in favor of the 300 simply because the difference between minor hockey and this is the volume and the number of local participants. But I do think that the fact we have this disc golf course and tournament in our region is something that we should celebrate. And so I'm happy to see us get behind it either way. Councillor Kapitanek, you were waving.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just cautious about what's remaining in our budget and it's, you know, things do just pop up and we might cut ourselves a little short for something that also promotes our community in the future. So I'd be comfortable staying at the 300 recommended.
So do you want to are you making an amendment to do that?
Yes. Yes, I would like to amend it to 300.
And then we can choose. Councillor Kapitanek has moved that we amend the donation amount to 300 for the disc golf. Discussion on that. Remembering, Councillor Holland, you have the final word. Councillor Cromwell.
Through the chair to the CAO, to pass on to Director Chernachan and administration. I would just like to thank them for having that breakdown, how it is written in that agenda item. I know that was a point of discussion before, and that looks very well to have us see what has been used and what is remaining. So just a kudos on that, not actually a question related to the question, but thank you.
Other discussion? Councillor Holland, do you want to speak to the amendment before I put it on the floor?
Thank you very much. As I understand the comments that are being made, I would like to reiterate, we have people coming here from as far as Vancouver. It is a national event. It is the second annual, and I suspect that this event will continue to grow and become more and more popular. You know, of course, bringing to our community and showcasing our community, and amazing that Rocky Lane Fairways and Recreation are hosting this and putting this forward and making this happen. So I believe we should be in full support of the 500. Thank you.
So you are suggesting people vote against the amendment. Okay. So on the question of the adoption of the amendment to change the amount of the proposed donation from 500 to 300, all those in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 4, opposed? 2, somebody didn't vote. So it's the count is 4 and 5, so the amendment fails. On the question, if you're ready for the main motion, the question of the adoption of the motion to donate 500 to the Alberta Junior Disc Golf Championship to come from the Youth Assistance Grant. All those in favor? And that would be 9 and 0, and the motion is adopted.
Just like Chris.
Super generous. The next item is 7.5. I can tell you as an update before we do this. That came on from Councillor Holland, so I'll go to you, but the town has this on their agenda for next week. And Boyle has not yet signed off, but approved the agreements at a meeting. Councillor Holland, or is there someone willing to move a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Okay. So the Councillor Inns has moved the motion to approve the emergency response agreement
With the town
agreements
of
with both
Athabasca.
the town and the village.
And the village board.
Sorry, Councillor Holland, do you want to address it?
I just had a question actually, and I'm hoping through the CAO. if I may. When looking at the memorandum of agreement, I'm assuming all of the emergency management review recommendations and that report and whatnot was considered when the memorandum of understanding was complete?
Mr. Reeve, through the chair to Councillor Hollins and all members of council. Actually, the fire services review and the fire master plan agreement have very little impact because both the village and the town as separate municipal entities fall outside of that particular review. But considerations to some of the elements were definitely incorporated in terms of levels of service. So both the village and town who had copies of the fire service review were in agreement with proposals of creating some consistency through the region. So that was incorporated. And so such things as clause number 5, the rate for the use of the emergency equipment, adopting the Alberta transportation rates, which were identified in the level of service review, were incorporated into these agreements. So not specifically, but collaterally.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
This is a great progress to see, CAO, and thank you for moving that along. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing no one raising their hands on the question is on the adoption of the motion to approve the emergency response agreement with the town of Athabasca and to approve the emergency response agreement with the village of Boyle. All those in favor? That is 9-0, and the motion is adopted. Item number 7.6 is next on our agenda. We've received a letter from the Summer Village of Island Lake, and they are looking to establish a steering committee. Council, what is your will, and is there a motion? Councillor Chemzik.
Considering, thank you, considering Mr. Mins for a council member.
So Councillor Chemzik has moved the council appoint Councillor Mins to the Regional Waterline Feasibility Study Steering Committee. And that council the financial support one, consider the financial support.
Consider.
Okay, and the council consider the financial support. Could we word the motion that we recommend council appoint Councillor Mins to join the steering committee and report back to council on the proposed cost to Athabasca County?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Pardon me? Doesn't matter. Council decides. Councillor Mins, you've been nominated for a role. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for that. Yes, I agree with the nomination and everything of going on the steering committee. I think it's a great day to see the feasibility study coming through. I'm a very avid pusher for this because there's so many. We need to sell more water. This is just going to advance on behalf of the commission to help create revenue going forward. So yes, thank you.
Okay, and there are certainly opportunities to advance the interests of our ratepayers in the west by potential water fill stations and all of that, and water service to the fire hall. There's a lot of good opportunity there. So so you made the motion. Councillor Mins, do you have any other comments you wanted to make? That's good.
No, other than yes, I'll be reporting back and stuff like that. I guess the considering the contributing financial support that will be decided there, right? On
Yeah,
how
I
this
think
is going to be split up. Or
I think the idea is, from what I understood the letters, that there'd be a negotiation, and I see Councillor Holland on deck for the comments to conclude the comments I guess I'd started. I would I mean, I'm in favor of the motion the way it's proposed because it brings the cost funding back to council. I would hope that you will negotiate something different than using equalized assessment, because given the size of our, $2.2 billion in assessment relative to the summer villages, there is no balance there. So but I'm confident you can come up with a formula that our partners would accept and that it's fair to them and us, and that you can bring back to council for final approval. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Just for clarity for myself, I was just reading through, and of course, as you mentioned, the funding isn't quite sorted out yet. So is that just basically because we don't have the confirmation of what all municipalities in summer villages want to take part?
Yes.
Is that the reason why?
That-
Okay,
that's
that's
my
all I needed. Thank you.
CAO.
Mr. Reeve, through the chair to all members of council, in discussion with the municipal partners, the purported sharing of the costs and the cost that would be shared is $17,200, relatively small amount. It would be based on assessment. There was an area that was defined around the summer villages that would include the county. And the amount of our assessment in that area is $144 million. So considerably smaller than the 2.2 or $2.3 billion total assessment we would not share across the entire county. Second point, as Councillor Hollins has pointed out, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 potential partners in here, 7 municipalities as well as the Regional Service Commission. So once we have all of the figures, we would know what the total assessment is. I would suspect our contribution is going to be between $7,500 and $8,000. Approximately about half of that, just knowing the summer villages and their general rough assessment. So not huge numbers, but certainly a distinct signal of our partnership on a regional basis.
Other comments on participation, Councillor Gerlich?
Yeah, I guess my concern is the end goal is to have a truck fill at Island Lake. Like how many $1 million is it gonna take to get water piped there for a truck fill? When wouldn't it be just as easy to fill the truck here and drive those few miles as opposed to investing millions of dollars in a pipeline? I don't know whether you'll see the water consumption go up dramatically because they must be getting it here now as it is.
Through the
Councillor Mansfield.
Through the
free to
chair
respond to
to
that.
Councillor Gerlach. Yes, the end goal is to get the water fill station out to Island Lake, maybe even one halfway, possibly. The other goal is to get this pipeline out there and for other people to be able to, other ratepayers to be able to hook up to it. We have again, I keep going to the industrial site going west of Athabasca, tying in there. We got 2 or 3 big shops sitting there with cisterns right now that could be tied in. And the footprint on the ground of the amount of water being hauled out of this out of the town of Athabasca is tremendous. And the feasibility study will actually give us that idea of how many million it will take to put the pipe in the ground. And then from there, the Water for Life grant will be applied for, and we will, guarantee you we'll try to make it as cheap as we can to put this in. And then plus another thing is getting a pipeline out there also will create revenue for the commission to sell more water. And I'd really like to see it go across the river too. One day.
Councillor Chemzik, I'll give you the final word, just as the mover of the motion. Councillor Gerlich, does that adequately satisfy your question, given that you had the floor?
I just wanted to make the comment, we're spitting dust in the deep south. And when these grants are given, it's to serve another municipality. And then there's our opportunity to secure a grant to take water south. Drain away, so to speak. That was was one of my concerns because people down there would like some water too, and they're in our municipality.
Councillor Holland?
Thank you. And I appreciate your words, Councillor Mins, because I think it's also very important to expand whether or not it's another summer village or not, they're still within our region. And it still benefits our county. And correct me if I'm wrong, should we be doing another study in Rochester area, being that one was done and they were not interested at that time? Has that maybe changed? That we maybe
I'm
we
gonna
should relook
ask
at that?
I think that's a separate topic and very worth discussion, but I'm going to direct you back to the topic, which is participation in a study going to the partners in the summer villages in the west. But if we should do a study to Rochester, that should be a separate RFD or a separate item.
Can I make a second motion after we're done this conversation then to have that conversation? Would you like to see an RFD?
It seems to me that it's unrelated to the agenda
Okay.
in front of council.
RFD
But-
it is.
I'd be happy to arm wrestle you for it.
Well, careful what you wish for.
Is there anybody else who wants to make a comment? Councillor Cromwell or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support any discussion and look for ways to get more water out into parts of our community, realizing that it's not just the summer village residents that would benefit from that, but residents of the county as a whole. And I think anything we can do to bring more water to more people should be top of one of our agenda items, as water is life. So I definitely support this, and I would support another study going to another area afterward. So very happy with it.
So before I give the floor to Councillor Chamzik, is there any final words? Seeing none, I would add that this is not our study. This is something our neighboring municipalities are doing, and we're just being given an opportunity to participate. And the number of residents in the number of residences and the assessment in the area that this is being directed to is considerable. Island Lake South, Island Lake North, the North Island Lake Summer Village alone is over $100 million. The South one, I can't remember. So there's a pretty healthy group of people in that region that are inside our boundaries, but not part of our municipality. Councillor Chamzik, the final word is yours.
Well, I just want to make the comment. I think it's really important that we do support these feasibility studies. And I'm excited about the possibilities of revenue and moving water to the west, the north, maybe the south as well. And I think that this is an excellent thing to be here.
So if you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Councillor Mins to join the steering committee. And he will report back to council on the proposed cost to Athabasca County. All those in favor? That is opposed? No, it was 9-0. Sorry, Councillor Wonk, I didn't. You're too fast for me. The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. 7.8 is the county beach request. Councillor Mins, did you want to move a motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Mins has moved to recommend council authorize Mins and Hall to engage in a discussion with the councils of summer villages of South and West Baptiste or others if applicable on the potential opportunities for cost sharing with maintenance and upgrades to the beach and boat launch and report back to council. Discussion. Councillor Mins, do you want to open the discussion?
I guess, yeah, I threw this on just to say, you know what, I'd like to very much thank Reeve Hall for his input in the RFD. And this came around a little bit from when we met with the summer villages at their general meeting there in the spring in May. And off to the side, it was said, hey, can we look at fixing up the county beach, or can you guys look at doing something there? And with my access down into the boat launch and the beach, where I did take the pictures and everything, it very much come to light that that, you know, anything that maybe if we get to work together with the summer villages, because they are using the county beach just as much as county residents, and why not work together and try to get try to fix it up. There are more and more people using it. I think trying to create a better beach and possibly fixing up boat launch a little bit better and stuff like that. A little bit extra money, working together with the summer villages, I think would be a great undertaking, and I think it would just enhance everything, even to the east side of the county in the Skeleton Lake area, and that Amisk Lake and Chump Lake. You got working with all these people would be a great asset. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you for that introduction and comments. Other comments from council? Seeing none. If you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Mins and Hall to engage in a discussion with the councils of the Summer Village of the South and West Baptiste and others if applicable on potential opportunities for cost sharing, maintenance and upgrades to the county beach area, boat lodge, and report back to council. All those in favor? The count is 9-0 and that motion is adopted. 7.9 is a recommendation to do further skills training and upgrading. Is there someone willing to move the motion? Councillor Hall, Cromwell.
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell has moved to direct administration to organize a refresher for the council orientation to be held on the second Tuesday of July and to offer attendance space to the neighbors in the town and village. The floor is open for discussion. Seeing none, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to say, I participated in the original council orientation when we were first elected. And they weren't kidding what they said about drinking out of a fire hose our first little while. And when I read this RFD and the more I thought about it, I actually think I would get better value out of it now. And that I have a little bit of context to tie those items to. And so I champion you for bringing this forward because I think it's a great opportunity.
Other discussion? Councillor Holland, floor is yours.
Thank you. We all know I support training wholeheartedly for everyone, and I'm a huge advocate for that. I'm struggling a little bit for a few reasons, and our orientation that we had, we all still have that on our desktop. It's all available for us to review. We attend the law seminars. Those are very much refreshers to our orientation and give us the ability to ask any questions that we may be concerned about. As much as I am in support, of course, of anyone wanting to redo their orientation. However, the date is a bit of a concern for me for two reasons. We canceled a regular council meeting on that day. And it's my understanding that that allows administration to, be able to take holidays, not to be so taxed, as well as it allows other counselors, because our summer months have so many different events that we're asked to go to or to attend, that our calendars become very full. And we don't have our new CAO, no offense whatsoever, but our new CAO, as far as I'm concerned, would also benefit. And if we're going to redo and hash out a new orientation refresher, that when our new CAO is on board, that might be a better time to hold something like that, which I would recommend to maybe amend the motion from July 12th to September, October, or in November, whenever the new CAO may be available. And I guess I also have a bit of a concern with regards to the different training that is being asked, because we did have some about a year ago, I guess it is, where it was mentioned that if you don't feel you have your enough training, it's on your own time, on your own dime. And I mean, that's coming out of the newspaper. So I'm wondering, and I'm happy if people have changed their minds on training and how important that is for counselors. So my question then to that would be, what topics are going to be considered? I think one of the most important topics that should be considered is workplace harassment. That's one of the things that we should be looking at for sure, that I believe this council could really benefit from everyone having that course, possibly doing that on a yearly basis. So I guess if anything, I'd like to put an amendment in to change that date. And with regards to the neighbors, town and village, we don't have the same operations. So I'm concerned as to how that would benefit them and how much it would take away from an actual orientation refresher if it doesn't apply to their operations as it does to ours.
Councillor Chamzik. Sorry to cut you off. Councillor Holland, you made the comment you'd like to propose an amendment to change the date
Yes, please.
in conversation. Would you like to propose an amendment to move the date to after the new CAO is engaged?
Absolutely. And to reconsider as well that the attendance of the village and the town, I don't believe that that would be benefit. But I'm open-minded and amendable to persuasion. I just would like to hear more about that.
Okay, Councillor Chamzik.
Through the chair, you bring up a good point, with our, municipal partners or calendars are always interesting enough. I know with the proposed date, I will not be here. I'll be rowing down the river in the brigade as it is. I do also like the idea of the new CAO in place, so that's, great points to bring up.
Councillor Mins.
I was actually gonna bring that up also. And also even our interim director in infrastructure and the possibility of actually having a restructuring of everything all of a sudden. Maybe that's a very good idea. I'm all for the looking back or going forward and doing the orientation or refresher course, you betcha. But hold back a little bit until we get permanent people in. Awesome.
Councillor Anderson and Kapitanek.
Just for clarification. When I read that this is the orientation session regarding roles, responsibilities, Municipal Government Act, and a detailed review of the Code of Conduct, to me, that meant the 1-day orientation that we did with Reynolds Mirth.
When it was
Not the internal orientation that we took with each of our departments to learn about the operations. So there seems to be.
So for clarity, I can add that
Some
was
clarity.
the internal issue with, what does a public works director do? That's not the spirit of what's here. As the writer, I will clarify that, I've since had the privilege of attending a governance session on commissions in Westlock, and that information, it's that type of information that was well done, not the details about what does planning and development do or what does all of that. It's the bigger picture, the 1-day type stuff. And it's so the items that I would imagine would be covered there would be things that would be applicable to the neighbors. And in my view, if we're doing something that we're going to do for ourselves anyway, it does not do us any harm to open the door to our neighbors and offer them the opportunity. If it helps them to, if they take us up on it, great. If they don't, that's up to them. But if it helps them out, then I think there's some value in that. I had Councillor Kapitanek.
I am not in favor of retaking a training on the public's dime that we have done already. And will state that I'm usually and will stay in the opinion that if you feel that you have missing information and that you can go back and get that information online and spend time reviewing it, that you should be prudent and do so. With that being said, I will vote for us to do it together collectively as a team if it looks like this team wants to do it. But I don't think it's worth the money.
Who hasn't spoke that wants to? If none, we'll work through the question. The first question is on the adoption of an amendment to delay the date to after the new CAO is available. And do you still want the portion about reconsidering the town and the village in there? Take that out. So to delay the date till after the CAO is in place, if the main motion moves ahead. Does everybody understand that, or should I? If you're good on the question that adoption of that amendment, all those in favor? The opposed? Okay, so the count is 7-2 and the amendment is adopted. On the main motion to direct admin to organize a refresher for the council orientation to be held after the new CAO is in place and to offer attendance based for neighbors in the town and village, all those in favor? And it was 9-0, and that motion is adopted. (7.1). Is there anyone willing to move the motion? Sorry, 7.10. Oh, is there Councillor Anderson or Councillor Kapitanek? You spoke first, sorry. Okay, Councillor Kapitanek has moved that we accept the expense claims as reported. Is there discussion?
I just wanted to clarify that these were claims that, this is not from our entire term.
No, this is from January, signed and paid in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Holland?
Thank you. So the motion is just to accept the expense claims as reported?
Yep.
Okay, so I know there's mention in your discussion and background and whatnot. You know, that mentions the importance of transparency, and that there is a delay on the uploading to the website for the expense claims that we currently have. And I have to admit, I hope that we can improve the uploading. I hope that, I don't know what the delay is or what that looks like or why that is a delay. But I have to be honest, when it comes to talking about transparency, as important as that is, and how I am a huge advocate for that, as we all know, I believe that part of that ship has sailed when council pulled back on the live streaming of all public meetings. So I sit back and I go, you know, it's wonderful to mention it, but I believe that being as transparent as possible has to encompass everything, not just a couple of things. So I just wanted to make that mention. I think I'll leave it at that for now. I had a few more comments, but I'll leave that for now.
Thank you. Further comments, or are you ready for the question? Councillor Mintz?
So with this one question I have is with this motion. So that means we're going to upload these to every council meeting? No?
The intent is that on a regular basis, I'll provide council a report to accept them so that council has said, yep, we're good. Not every council meeting because that's too much work, like
Oh, okay,
once a month, or once every second month would be the intention.
okay, that's what I was
I mean,
wondering.
typically there's not lots, so it might be every second month. It's an acknowledgement that they're there and it makes them more easily accessible than, because once you know where they are on the website, I'll admit, if you know where they are, you can dig your way into them. If you don't know exactly how to get them, it's not.
Oh,
that
yeah.
straightforward. Councillor Champton.
Can we possibly put it in a policy to either do it every quarter or half year?
I think that's a different discussion, and if you want to propose a policy to do that later, that would be, if you feel that's necessary, then we can do for sure. It's Councillor Mintz first and then Holland.
The only other thing I wanted to say is when, and I'm not picking on anybody here, but when admin books rooms for county business, they book the rooms for county business. If any other counselor wants to stay a few extra days or go a few extra days before, book it yourselves, and maybe that'll deter this one in here, for example. Yeah, but the biggest thing is try to make it so county business is separate from personal business, and then there's no discrepancy on who gets charged where, what, when, why. I think it's just I think it'd just be a better way to go.
So Counselor Holland will give you the floor and then you have the last word. Let's
Yeah,
see
sure.
for the motion.
Okay,
Counselor.
thank you. I had a concern, I guess, that popped up for me as well, and I just wanted to kind of bring forward. We do have a policy as well, 8220, that mentions that all counselors should be entitled to attend the following by resolution of council. And that was our RMA Fall and Spring, the Ag Service Board, et cetera, as well as seminars, conventions, workshops, and whatnot, that you have to have a resolution of council to do that. That didn't happen for the last RMA. We did not do that. And it was my understanding was mentioned, the previous CAO had said because it was in the budget, we didn't have to do that. But however, there isn't an exact budget line that specifies what that budget is made up for, what it's being planned for. So I was a bit concerned about that because I also noticed that there was an expense claim for a trip for out of town to Grand Prairie that I don't believe there was a resolution for, and I don't know if that was something that we were even a member of as of yet. So I was a little bit concerned about that. So just curious how that works with these resolutions, because as far as I can see, it's if it's a one-liner budget, we've got 20 grand, for example, in it, and it's not specifying exactly what that 20 grand is spent for. I'm under the impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we do require a resolution of council so that the public understands where we're spending that money.
CAO.
Mr. Reeve, through the chair to Councilor Hollins and all members of council. Certainly, the council resolution on the face of it should be what is being followed. But at the same time, because council's already approved the budget, though not in detail, the authority is there for council to attend the conferences. So we're at cross purposes somehow. That will be addressed next Tuesday at the committee of the whole meeting when we bring forward the new draft policy that council's taking a look at already. And the administration has incorporated all the directions and discussion that we had at the May 26th committee of the whole meeting. I think May 26th or May 20th. Forget the date, but those particular items have already been identified as issues, and I think we've got solutions. And part of that solution, if I may just expand the response, Mr. Reeve, is to have line items for each member of council that shows the compulsory conventions or conferences, the optional ones, as well as a line for training and development. So it's very clear, very transparent, and everybody knows what the budget appropriations are on an annual basis. So we're getting there. Just a little bit of cleanup, but I'm quite excited about the progress that we're making in that particular area.
Thank you, Councilor Captain.
Appreciate that.
And this is through the chair, just in response to Councillor Mins. In the case of this situation, which anyone could have asked me at any time, I did book my room separately in another hotel that we originally were booked in because I had a personal event prior. Then we moved hotels. And so I did have to have that room moved because I didn't think it was reasonable for me to have to switch rooms. I did book it separately on my own card. The county booked my room separately on their card. The staff made a mistake and over
the
multiple at the hotel, multiple phone calls and multiple situations. I don't want to speak to the level of training their staff have on the front desk, but they were not able to refund me for the day that they accidentally charged me. So I paid it on my own card and put it in an expense claim. It was simpler, it was easier, and it was more respectful to them really because frustration was getting out of control. Now, in the case where, we were in that prior hotel before everyone changed over to this hotel. I considered just staying at that hotel for the 2 days that were on my card anyway, and then coming over. But I will just, that's basically what it was, convenience. I don't want to switch rooms halfway through. And I think there's a problem.
So that's the mover on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the expense claims as reported.
Mr. Reeve, just one other comment and through the chair to Councillor Chamzik. council would not need a separate policy as part of the budget process. It could be a standing requirement. Administration or the Reeve bring forward the reports on councillor claims and expenses and claims on a quarterly basis. That would be the normal practice and procedure of most municipalities. So just offer that as a suggestion.
I'm going to call the question and then we will, so on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the expense claims as reported, all those in favor? Opposed? So the count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Chamzik.
Through the Reeve to the CAO, please. Just out of curiosity, is there a possibility that that portion could be included into that upcoming draft policies of consideration as well?
Let's bring it up at the policy meeting.
Fair enough.
Good. Thanks for the heads up.
Next item of business. We are almost an hour again. Is everybody content to carry on till lunch? Is that the will?
I think after that.
Let's take care of 8.1 and then take a 5-minute break because I think this is it's a one line. Item 8.1 seems to me to be the reconsideration of a motion on a matter already decided by council. The procedural bylaw states no discussion of a question that has been decided is permitted until a motion for reconsideration has been carried. It's in order to entertain a motion for reconsideration of resolution 22-488 to refer the request to the Budget and Finance to review the costs, and that was carried on the 30th of June 2022, less than a year ago. Is any councillor prepared to move that council reconsider resolution 22-488? Councillor Chamzik would like to move that. So the time of council is of course not to be wasted by making it vote over and over on settled issues. It's reconsideration motions are non-debatable. So on the question of whether we want to reconsider 22-488, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1. There are greater than 2/3 in the affirmative and the motion is adopted. Regarding item 8.1, there's a recommendation from administration. Is anyone willing to move the motion? Councillor Chamzik. Councillor Chamzik has made a motion to approve the speed reduction on the North Skeleton Lake Road, Narrows Road, that's Township 654, from 80 to 50 kilometers from the intersection of Range Road 191 and east to the lake. To approve the reducing speed limits within the residential subdivisions of Shadow Lane, Sunset Villa, Paradise Valley, Perch Cove, Katy Cove from 50 to 30, and to improve the installation of 6 speed limit signs per the locations identified by Public Works for a cost of about $1,000. Is there any discussion? That's a long one. Okay, Councillor Mins.
I guess, yeah, I got no problem with this motion. I know they've been after it for a while to have speed limit knocked down and that and when they first came, they wanted I think in the neighborhood of 30 or 40 signs and now down to 6. Okay, well, we can live with that. Just wondering if we should maybe be proactive a little and look at other subdivisions around Skeleton Lake possibly. Yes. Or do we want to wait for them to write in a letter because this is what's going to happen. All of a sudden, we're going to have other people writing in saying, can we now have our speed limit reduced? Especially there's a few of them around there. I know that honestly, you can't get going more than 30K in some of them. So that's just my thought. Do we want to be proactive and look at reducing the signs and or the speed limits in other subdivisions? Okay.
Additional folks who want to speak to the motion or float a response to the comment. Councillor Walk.
So I've seen in other subdivisions, etc., that the community actually puts up their own signage with kids at play, all that kind of stuff. Do we need to put more signs up or can they just do that?
Anyone else? Okay, so Councillor Mins a word, then Councillor Chamzik.
the only thing with that is we don't really allow, we do not allow personal signs to go up on our roadways. Because if you put a kids at play sign up and stuff like that, it's actually I think if we look back in the policies and the bylaws, people can't put signs up, private signs up in reducing speeds and playground signs and stuff like that, because as soon as you put a playground sign up, you're reducing, you're automatically reducing the speed. So no, we don't want that to happen. I know I think I know what you're talking about there, Councillor Wallach, is them little kids' yellow signs that somebody puts at their driveway, but that some people want to go and kick over and and stuff like that. But yeah, that's we don't really want people putting up their own personal signs, because then all of a sudden, boom, we got signs literally littering our right of ways.
Counselor Chamzak, final word?
You know, those are easily purchased even at local dollar stores, so and they're pretty hard to regulate. I just want to say, I feel that this has been really good advocation on behalf of this group that has done this, and I think that, you know, Mr. Councillor Mins also mentioned, you know, maybe looking, I feel he was saying towards maybe a sense of standard on a case-by-case basis in some of these similar areas, is something that we should be looking at.
So on the question of the adoption of the motion as printed in your agenda, moved by Councillor Chamzak. All those in favor? That is 9-0. The motion is adopted. Let's recess for 7 minutes. So how about we come back at 35 minutes after? Like to reconvene the council meeting. The next item of business is number 9.1, calendars. Are there any errors, omissions, or deletions that we want to bring up? Councillor Chamzik.
I was nominated to sit on an executive committee. Does that stand on our calendars?
Ms. Blair, can you give us an opinion on whether we want that on the calendar?
Just so I know in the future.
I believe, yes, any meetings that you're attending should be put on here. Should
Okay,
be put on here for just everyone's reference.
okay. Well, just to let you know, as zone one rep for Northern Lights Library. I was on the 9th in Mornville, and on the 21st, I have Community Futures, and that's all I have to add.
Sorry, the community futures is on which date again, Council?
The 21st.
21st, okay. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. The multiplex meeting on June 19th has been changed to 1:30 PM.
Councillor Holland?
Thank you. I'd also like to mention that, June is Pride Month, and we also will be celebrating National Indigenous Peoples' Day on the 21st. So hopefully everybody gets a chance to do those festivities. And in addition, on July 6th, community transportation at 10 AM.
Other meetings. I can add that we have the workshop with TSI on the 15th, I think. I can't remember the time, 9:30. There is the North Alberta Elected Leaders Gathering in High Prairie on the 16th. And then the Northeast Mayors and Reeves group meets in Vermilion on the 22nd. 22nd, yeah,
And I'm sorry, what's the acronym for that one?
I don't know. And then beyond that, that's what I have. Councillor Mins, then Councillor Capitani.
June 17th is the AGM for Athabasca Watershed Council in Lac La Biche. Yeah. So the meeting was, there was no meeting on the 7th with Athabasca Watershed Council, being that there's the AGM on the 17th.
Councillor Capitani.
Oh, I just had a question, to direct to, Dave Anderson. I'm gonna zone on the 17th. I had it written down and I had it crossed off. And I had it written down again. It's confirmed the 7th.
It's confirmed 17th now, yeah.
Pembina zone? Yep.
You.
And I think we can delete Greater North from the 24th, but I'll confirm that later. We're not meeting both months, so I think the 24th of July is a delete. If there are no other amendments, it would be in order to receive a motion to adopt the calendar as amended. Councillor Holland has moved that we adopt the calendars as amended. All those in favor? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Okay, we have 11 and 12 left. Lunch, the lunch has been delivered. I'm wondering, even though we've only been back 4 minutes from that recess, lunch arrived much sooner than I expected. So is everybody good with a 20-minute lunch? Reconvene at 12 o'clock? Is that workable? Okay, let's get it while it's hot. It's 12 o'clock and I'd like to call the council meeting back to order. It's here and I should it's not the right place, so. No, well, at a distance, neither would I, but. What are we at? We're at section 11.1B. We have a number of reports to discuss. Councilor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I believe that was requested by Councillor Holland or Wallach rather with a question.
Sure, yeah. So with in regards to the UCCA booklet, what benefit do we see as a community here?
That UCCA booklet will be coming to me here shortly. And then we can discuss what the University of Calgary students would like to have out of closed as well. So I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Second question, there was requests for 2 municipalities to be refunded. Did we have a financial obligation as a county?
No, we do not.
This next question for the headquarters, the MOU signing ceremony, what is that?
Which report of mine are you reading?
It's right underneath, like the upcoming events.
Okay, thank you. That is a
161.
memorandum of understanding between ACCPA, our partners in the province, and the RCMP.
And how does that benefit the county?
It will benefit the county through increased crime prevention and in materials that ACPA will be able to provide us, and information can be followed up on that.
And then on page 163, you speak to Wandering River a lot. Are you representing the county as a whole at this committee, or is it just the Wandering River area?
Absolutely, the county as a whole. I use an example when speaking with them, but we've talked about all parts of the county, including everything from Athabasca and Boyle detachment areas. Summer Village is an all part of the county.
Okay, and you refer to the speed monitor, as we heard Councillor Min say earlier, that we're not allowed to place signs on the road. So I'm assuming that's not going to be placed in Wandering River.
Please remind me where you're reading exactly. I read that earlier. Anyways, you said the oil field company had donated a speed sign. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it again. Correct. There are two speed signs that are located in Wandering River that have been donated to Wandering River and at times had been used to indicate speeds like in the playground zone, but are not actively in use. That is something for our CPOs to use if they desire, or fire services, nothing else.
Okay, and that's through the county that's placed, not through the community?
That would be correct. It would be a county department that would place and use them.
And then on page 167, it speaks to Wandering River again. How is that as a county as a whole helping with Mr. Gregory? On the very bottom.
Well, thank you. As you recall, Wandering River is part of the county, Councillor Wallach, and as such, some of their concerns about lack of reporting and incidents going on is what has his attention, so that we can help the residents in that area as well as the rest of the county through that, learn how to report, what to report for the well-being of the county as a whole.
I think that this is a county-wide and it shouldn't be just directed at one specific community.
Point of order, I believe that's been answered.
State your point. Okay. Further questions?
I would just follow up with maybe it was just a slight on Mr. Gregory's part, but I would assume that if he would like to chat with the council, that he come as a delegation and as an analyst break down how important it is for us to report.
Through the chair to Councillor Capitanic, he will be speaking with both the detachments, their commanders for both Boyle and Athabasca, and figuring something out on their end. That is much more than just a community of Wandering River, community of Richmond Park, so forth. That is well onto their end. through the RCMP under their umbrella, not directly related to one of our areas of the county. Now, I could see if he'd be willing to come do a delegation to council. There would be a benefit for all the community on reporting of staff. And that's something I can look at next time I'm down chatting with him and see if we can get that arranged. I think that'd be delightful.
That'd be great.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on.
Any other comments? Otherwise thorough and long reports. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Holland, your hand is up.
Thank you. I think we also need to be very thankful that this committee exists. We have a huge issue with crime. Rural crime is on top of many topics that are being discussed around our community. I was just curious with regards to the Rural Crime Watch. Has there been any further progress there? I know they're trying to find people to volunteer to create chapters has been difficult in my area, you know, and going around and having that conversation and whatnot, but just curious if you've made any further progress, because I just think that this is extremely important and I really appreciate this extremely thorough report.
Absolutely, and I thank you for that question. We are in the area now where we're going to start looking for people to make a rural crime watch chapter. Now, through that, we have the ability to do different branches, as you will. And at that point, it'll be, you know, all committee run, but we can do one rural crime watch chapter for Athabasca County with a branch over in Summer Village, a branch in the Boyle detachment area, a branch in the Athabasca detachment area, a branch in the Caslan area. And Rural Crime Watch, along with Citizens on Patrol, all these chapters are providing a great amount of information right now, in addition to K Division and what we're able to do. And yeah, you're right. We're definitely at the point we're going to start looking for community volunteers to spearhead and run that. And now that the federal strike is over, some of that delayed information is finally coming in at, you know, no fault to the public servants that have a huge bit of backup from even that week and change that they were gone.
That's awesome. No, I appreciate that. And I applaud you for this extremely thorough report. This takes up a lot of time and effort, and the people that you're engaging with, I'd like to also extend my gratitude to them as well because of this extremely important initiative to do the best that we can to combat that rural crime. So thank you very much.
Councillor Chamzik.
So I have a question, just so I can gain clarity on this. So you can only have one rural crime watch chapter and then have branches, correct?
We could have more than one within the county, but it would be simpler and a little bit easier. They're thinking right now, if we have one overlying chapter with satellite areas of operation, just because we all know that volunteer membership is hard to find. It's hard to get enough people in to cover all those roles. And if we're looking for 7 board members, but we want to do that 3 times, now we're trying to find 21 board members, where we could have one chapter with a director representative from Rochester area, from Summer Village of wherever, Island Lake, from Grassland area, from Forfar, from, and they can work together on that collaboration.
I get that, but I guess where my question would be, so say you have one and we'll just pick 2 or 3 areas, Grassland, Richmond Park, and Island Lake, or whatever. So these branches would have the expectation of pulling double duty and also going to the main chapter. Let's just say it's in Athabasca, right? Like there'd be a representative of that branch and have to do another big meeting of the one chapter or the main chapter. Because I worry about that, just because if we're asking too much for volunteers in that aspect.
Think of it like the Water Commission. All right, I'm going to use that as our example right now. We have a water commission. We have representatives from the town, the county, and the village. They'll come together for their monthly or bi-monthly meeting, wherever it's held. which rotates between the town, the village and the county. So it can rotate between area 1, 2, or 3. They'll have their meeting. However, your internal satellite operations are all your own. So you're not going to request that everybody attend this one meeting. You will have a representative from
Yes,
group
I
A
get that.
that will come over here, have the organizational meeting, but still have boots on the ground over in your area. Again, that,
Those
none of that
schematics can be
is,
worked out, but I
that
just
can all
have
be
some
worked out.
concerns
And-
from the volunteer side.
and that was just one of the recommendations. The community might decide that, no, we want a chapter solely for the grassland area. We might want a chapter solely for Summer Village of Island Lake.
Okay,
They're all doable right now. We're getting
It's
to the position
negotiations.
where we're gonna start looking for the members to run that group or groups and then move it forward. It's coming to the point where it's gonna be turned over to the public hand going, this is what you need. If you want to do this, those that are willing, here's how we're gonna do it.
well, I can appreciate the work that definitely with the organization and stuff that goes into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11.1F, Councillor Mins, I think you put that on the report.
Yeah, I just just wanted to give a quick update. We didn't have a meeting. The meeting was canceled, so. But I did talk to the commission manager and everything's running well at the river, at the raw water pump house. Everything's running well there and no issues. And then the other, so the repair on the water intake in the river is still working well. Not a lot of no sticks and
Sorry,
Sorry.
point of
Western Regional
confusion.
Water Services Commission.
Is that F?
Yep.
Why is it? Okay. Oh,
Councillor Mins, the floor is yours.
Okay,
Sorry.
and just the other thing, I was talking to them the other day and they had divers in at the reservoir, changing the new screens on the intake to the plant, just due to an algae buildup that's happening in there, and it happens all over a lot of different reservoirs, and that this milfoil, they call it. It's an algae that plugs off the screens, and so they, I don't know, engineers come together and built a new type of screen, and it's supposed to work way better. So just a quick brief report, and we'll have a meeting next month.
So they built a new type of screen for on top of that?
No, this is in the reservoir
Oh, okay.
where the water intake goes into the plant, eh? Yeah. There we are.
Thank you.
You betcha.
Any questions for Councillor Mins and the Water Commission? Councillor Curlick.
At what state, there was a Stantec or whatever was in there doing an overall study, like, is that progressing or?
Oh, you mean the asset management and governance study that they did? The commission manager did receive a report the day before or the day after he canceled the meeting on this month, and it'll be coming up to on the next meeting.
So it's pretty well complete.
What's that?
It's complete.
No, it's not complete. It's just the beginning. This is a study that where we're going to start working with the engineering company to figure out asset management and asset ownership is a big one. Asset ownership of who owns what, when, where, and why, and then we start working towards I'm going to call a spade a spade. Our water treatment plant is landlocked in the town of Athabasca. And the only way out of the town of Athabasca is through, with the water commission water, is through the town pipes. And that's, in the long end, that's where the issue is. Who owns what? And how do we get around this? So, and I'm very hopeful that one day, I'm hoping that our water sources going out to tap in Athabasca County we become the guinea pigs and gets turned over to the Water Commission. And then that way we can move forward on this governance thing a little bit easier. It may slow down a bit, possibly if being the feasibility study is going to come in from Island Lake. And that might slow it down just a bit, but we'll see what happens, but there'll be more discussion on it at the next meeting.
Thank you. Counselor Holland, 11.1H Landing Trail Steering Committee.
Thank you. We had our last meeting June 8th. There was a very interesting presentation done through or from the Iron Horse Trail representatives. And they spoke about their organization, how the 10 municipalities that come together to make the Iron Horse Trail what it is, and to give us some tips and explanations on how we might be able to improve the organization with the 5 municipalities that currently meet along with Alberta TrailNet. So it was a very beneficial and a very interesting presentation that took place. We had a financial update with regards to the Alberta TrailNet committee's grants and how those could be applied to the different items that we need for maintenance in our areas. We had discussed this trail tour, which I think is just going to be awesome. It's going to go from the south to the north. So from starting at Fort Saskatchewan and then coming up through our way in September. So there'll be, of course, more requests for volunteers to come and help make those areas that will be toured and the trails as pristine as we can make them. We are also looking at sign design for the Wilfong Bridge sign to dedicate to them and thank them very much for their contribution and donation in that area of Collinton as well. What else did we do? The June 3rd cleanup was absolutely amazing. I'd like to thank everyone who attended. It was part of the TCT Care grant. It was absolutely awesome to see the before and afters, which those pictures and whatnot will come in the report for the Trans-Canada Trail Grant reporting. So that information is coming. We had weed eaters, we had whippersnippers, we had pruners, we had everybody just going to town and really making a huge difference. I don't know if you've noticed in Collinton in those areas. You know, and I was really appreciative of seeing people coming out. I was traveling the Old Colton Highway and seeing more and more people are using the landing trail. And so I think that that's really awesome. And the more information that we can get out there and the more promotion that we can get out there, it's just a massive asset that we have in our community. We are still having trouble though with vehicular use on the trail. Which is huge no-no. Those trails are not made and there's been a lot of time, a lot of effort and a lot of money put into keeping those trails as they are for non-motorized, and to see vehicular use on them is going to be extremely troublesome and extremely costly to repair as time goes forward. So we're looking at different ways to enhance the barriers to prevent that use.
And the floor remains yours because the next item is 11.1R. But before we get there, any questions on the trail report? None. 11.1R, community transportation.
All righty. So our last meeting, June 1st, as we all discussed here earlier, we were looking at different ways of being able to invite the summer villages to come aboard for the program. And there was a couple of discussions that took place with, and being that we are now currently operating as a per capita share for the financial costs, we looked at two different, and please correct me if I'm wrong. We looked at two different options. One was to leave it as per capita for the summer villages, and the other was for creating a minimum to come aboard. Because we have the 8 different summer villages, they of course all have different populations ranging from 46 residents, permanent residents, to 174. And then of course, I didn't think that included the seasonal. So we sat and we discussed how we would come up with a minimum rate that would be fair for everyone, especially considering the capital is already in place, the administration is already in place, all of those things are already there. And so when I was looking into some of the things, I was incorrect in my first thought, but did clarify. So the MGA did state way back in 1997 that to form a summer village, you had to have 300 residents. And that has since in 1997 was repealed. In Alberta, you can no longer form a summer village. However, it's still listed on the JET websites and Canadian Alberta website that 300 is the magic number. So that is the number that the committee thought would be reasonable for a per capita, which then can, if we look at what we're currently on an average paying per capita, would turn out to be about 1651, I think it was, or 1653 per capita is what we are currently, all three municipalities are contributing. It turns out to be $1.38 per capita per month. So when we looked at the minimum, we determined that 16.535 per capita rate would then look for each municipality to be a total of about $4,960.50, which turns out to be $413.38 per month for each summer village based on that minimum. So it's something that council would want to weigh in on to determine if they feel better with just leaving it as per capita for the population that is on the census from 2021, or if they're comfortable with the minimum. And then once all councils have had that opportunity to determine what they would like to bring forward, that then administration would hopefully come together with an invitation to the summer villages to bring them aboard. So I guess it's basically what this council would like to see with regards to minimums or leaving it as per capita.
So I think you're looking for a little bit of feedback. Councillor Wallach, hand was up.
Can we get this in a report so that we can see the numbers? Just on the next, on the next council meeting.
If I may get that earlier, because we do meet again to go over this and trying to have some more solid ideas. The reason also is because part and parcel of expanding our service allows us to have a better eligibility for the rural transit grant. And what that provides is an 80% coverage for a new vehicle. So that is a huge grant that we would really like to be able to apply for. And of course, timing is always of the essence with those types of things. So I'll get the report out as soon as possible. And maybe if we can get some feedback on that, that would be great.
I know just based on what you've said, I think the logic sounds pretty sound. It seems like you guys have thought that through. And to me, there's a standby charge that comes from having the service ready and available. So per capita from a census seems a bit of a risk because that only counts for the permanent residents, not the seasonals, and seasonals would be eligible to use it when they show up. So now, given the situation with the grant and being creative and knowing that summer village budgets are relatively small and they tend to spend every last penny or nickel now, I would be open-minded to the idea that the first year that's waived. And then it starts into year two, so that because you need to get them on, you need to get them working with the service and starting to use it. So if it took a bit of an incentive to help out, I could get behind that if you were to propose it. But $4,900 to have access to the service isn't unreasonable in my view. Anyone else want to? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you for looking into that. It sounds like you've done quite a bit of research and I really appreciate you being able to provide those numbers, and I look forward to the report on it. Just basically from my understanding of your verbal report though, I would be behind the minimum flat rate to start. And I think you guys are doing a fantastic job of looking into that. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Any more feedback? Okay, set. You got a little bit of direction at least, and certainly, you can come back to council. And
Absolutely. Yeah. And I'll share this report as soon as I can. Yep. Thank you.
the next item that we had highlighted was 11.1U, and that is Councillor Chamzak talking about family and community support services.
We met on June 5th. Just want to bring a little awareness to the family wellness program. It's a program that runs from 7 to 17, diversifying in many programs such as GOZA and youth clubs. The staff puts in a lot of work in towards training and towards mental health, and it's a caregiver based model. Just on June 6th, it was the Boyle Senior Symposium. Reeve Hall and Deputy Reeve Anderson were also there in attendance. Just to give a couple highlights in the importance of the symposium. Boyle also celebrated their 50-year celebration at the senior center. There were many topics throughout, such main topics I would include are fraud protection. We also had Staff Sergeant Perprezi, I'm not too sure how to say it. He spoke up a lot of the prevention side of it and the importance of reporting the fraud. Interesting stat is that average 100 people are scammed across Canada in a day. Other topics include dental care, importance of dietitians, palliative care, personal directives. But I feel most importantly, the FCSS Seniors Advocate Kim addressed the provincial and federal funding available. Her services are also free of charge. She helps aid in government forms, community resources. And as a side note, she's also an ambassador for the Alzheimer's Society. And I just urge anybody that has any questions or concerns to reach out to her at the FCSS office.
Thank you. Any questions about the FCSS report? The next item of business is 11.1 AF. I didn't write down who asked to put that on the agenda. Councilor Minns.
Yeah, I just got a few questions here to ask Councillor Anderson. Great report and all that, very informative. But I think I lost sight of the report myself when the first, the second and the third paragraph was put in place there just regarding value of the information. I know you said you found value of the information, but you didn't think the rest of council found value in the information. I'm just wondering why. Like why did you think that we didn't find the people that actually went with the joined you at it didn't find value either?
I don't read that in there, Councilor Minns. It says, I don't believe the county received value to justify sending as many people as we sent.
Okay, then why don't you think that there was any value in there?
So we had a report last time that somebody said it's great, everybody should go. Somebody else has a different opinion, I guess. I mean, Councillor Anderson, if you want to speak to it, but I mean, everybody who's gone to these things comes back and says, here's what I learned, here's what I think, I'd recommend going again, or I wouldn't recommend going again. A recommendation to say, we don't want to send 10 people to this, we want to send 2. I mean, differences of opinion, I don't know, do you want to respond?
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think there's value in the information. I think I would find value in that information, whether it was hearing it from you because you attended as my colleague and you brought that information back for the entire council to benefit, or whether I attended in person. And I just, when I thought of it and the hotel rooms and the mileage and everything for all 5 members of council plus an admin staff to attend, I didn't really think that there was that much benefit in having that, whereas I would have benefited from you giving me the information as well. And not saying that, you know, it was a waste of money and we should never do it again, just saying that next time I would probably look at it and go, okay, you know what? 2 of my colleagues are going to go to this. I look forward to asking them questions when they get back or hearing their report versus the county spending the money to send 5 of us, and just building trust in our colleagues that 2 could attend and we can hear that information. We will all benefit from that information without having to pay for 5 to attend the information. And because if 5 attend this one, then maybe we don't have 5 attending the next one. But if 2 can attend everyone, to me, that's great. So, and I actually grabbed an extra book when I was at the event to bring it home, just in case anybody else wanted to look at it too, because the information was valuable, but my attendance wasn't necessarily required to have that information.
I think if I can rebut on that, I think one counselor stating that it wasn't a good wasn't a good thing that all the counselors went and one human resource manager. I think it was very good to have the human resource manager there. It's employee law. I'm pretty sure this whole council would have learned a lot at the beginning of our term. If we would have had this prior to the beginning of our term, I know one thing would have been different, and that's never going to leave my mind. But I don't know. I just have a hard time with the information that was presented. You didn't believe that there was enough value for the county to have us all there. I just don't like them remarks. I don't think they needed to be in a report. I think an RFD would have went a lot better. An RFD with an idea of, okay, I think we should only start sending so many people to these seminars, than to sit there and say there was no value in it.
Councillor Anderson, if you want to follow that up, then Councillor Holland and Capitanic.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I asked for this item to be added to our agenda. When it came to our meeting, there wasn't actually support initially to send somebody. I had to ask for council's permission to attend. So quite honestly, I wouldn't have attended myself had I known that more of my colleagues were going to go. And I wanted to provide the most value for my attendance, which is why I submitted a written report. And I look forward to the written reports from the other councillors that attended, I guess.
Councillor Holland, comment?
Thank you.
If we can stay on top. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I have to agree. I was a little insulted as well when it came to mentioning, do not believe the county received enough value. Not only insulting to our council, but insulting to Reynolds and Mirth. I believe that the seminar that they put together was amazing. I think that it was beneficial and would have hoped everyone would have attended. The motion actually mentioned to approve all members of council to attend. And so I found it really disheartening to see that the motion was not being supported. And I believe that that's part and parcel of what we are supposed to do when a motion is passed. We are supposed to, as a council, support that motion. So I'm disappointed in also in reading that. I think that all law seminars are something that all council should go. Not everybody is able to go to all the breakout sessions. They have different breakout sessions at different times. I find that everybody learns differently and takes away something different. We gave those reports, our verbal reports were given at the Cal committee. So I don't expect to see a written one coming out now.
Councillor Capitanic, then Councillor Chamzik.
I would just like to maybe just point out that in the future, if we want to look as a council at some of the models of our neighboring municipalities where we choose based on an individual budget, what our training and seminars will be, that might be something that I don't know, would be really, this would apply to, I think. It would be like, you know, whether you feel it's super valuable and I don't, wouldn't matter because you could choose to go and under that budget and I could choose to not go. That might avoid a lot of these questions and feelings. Just saying.
Councillor Chamzik, the floor is yours.
Well, I respect other people's opinions of it. I personally found a lot of value in it too. The importance of liabilities, you know, financial implications, and just having that residual knowledge within house. You know, one person picks up one thing more so than the other or a different area. And I think it was wonderful. I did present a report in our Cal meeting, but if you would like me to write a written report as well, I could do that as well, if that would be your preference.
So I think just to bring us back, the reports are reports of committees and things we've done. It's okay to have differing points of view, and there's nothing wrong with someone saying, I think this was great and we all should go. There's nothing wrong with someone saying, I don't think there's enough there to warrant the spend. That's like, that's why we have 9. That's why we have differing views and we sort that out. And I think, you know, having different outlooks on events that we go to is perfectly reasonable and okay to put in your report. Like that's what to me there's some value in there, saying I didn't think it, I wouldn't go to this a second time. Right? Like I've been to events and I went once, I thought, okay, I know that now and I won't spend the time next year. Now, do you want a final comment so we can get them? Do you
May,
want to
yeah,
also move the motion to accept the reports?
yes, I will do that, but I will say that, you know what, I have attended in the past a conference that I'm making sure that the agenda is fit for more council and not administrative, and it's a choice not to go, and I would respect any council member to make that decision as well.
So would you like to move that we receive the reports for information?
Yes.
Councillor Chamzik has moved that council receive the reports for information. All those in favor? That is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. It's now in order to take a motion to enter closed session. Councillor Cromwell has moved that we enter closed session. All those in favor? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted.
Welcome back from our short recess here. The Counselor Mins had made a motion to leave closed session at 1:38 PM. Motion was carried unanimously. Related to item 12.1, Counselor Holland had a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to accept the closed session update as information and further to forward this item to the June 29th, 2023 County Council meeting for approval.
Thank you, Counselor Holland. Were there any questions or discussion surrounding that topic? Seeing none, we'll call the question on the adoption of the motion to accept the closed session update as information and further to forward this item to the June 29th, 2023 County Council meeting for approval. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Related to item 12.2, Counselor Capitaniak had a motion.
I will make a motion
Can you use your microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. I will make a motion to direct the CAO to proceed, or sorry, to the council endorse the projects proposed by the CAOs and provide direction for the CAOs to proceed in determining the costs for the recognition projects that have now been identified.
Thank you. Was there any discussion surrounding that topic? No further. Seeing none, on the adoption of the motion that council endorses the projects proposed by the CAOs and provide direction for the CAOs to proceed in determining the costs for the recognition projects that have now been identified. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Related to item 12.3, Counselor Capitaniak had a motion.
I would like to make a motion to table item 12.3 to the June 27th closed session county council.
29th,
June 29th. Sorry, my mistake.
2023. So
I was gonna come to work early.
motion to table item 12.3 to the June 29th, 2023 county council meeting. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and we will adjourn this meeting at 1:48 PM.
And we'll commence the CEO company briefing immediately.
Okay.